안녕하세요. 네, 갑자기 제가 오늘 라이브를 또 하죠. 창밖에는 비가 많이 내리고 있고, 예, 이 농촌의 요새 비는 큰 도움은 되진 않습니다. 사실은 농번기가 이제 막 준비되는 일이 많을 때거든요, 요새. 그래서 뭐 어떻게 보면 봄에 맞이하는 농번기다 이렇게 되는데, 그래서 비가 오면은 사실은 하우스나 뭐 실내에서 하는 작업 외에는 농사일 하는데 좀 지장이 많습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 우선 농민들은 이제 다음 주부터는 뭐 햇볕이 쭉 쬐는 기간이라서 이번 주에는 좀 약간 쉬면서 좀 건강을 되찾는, 회복하는 그런 시간으로 좀 잘 좀 활용했으면 좋겠어요. 제가 오늘 라이브를 갑자기 이렇게 시작한 이유는 우주에서 지금 펼쳐지고 있는 인류 역사의 장엄한 그런 시간이기 때문에 그렇습니다. 지금 잘 아시다시피 우리 달 탐사선인 지금 아르테미스 지금 2호가 지금 귀환하고 있는 중이죠. 우리 인류가 쏘아 올린 우주선 중에서 유인 우주선, 사람이 타고 직접 간 유인 우주선 중에서는 가장 먼 곳까지 다녀오고 있는 중입니다. 약 한 40만 킬로미터 정도 된 곳까지 갔다 오는 중인데요. 예전에는 이제 그 달의 앞면, 우리 지구로 보았을 때 앞면이죠. 늘 함께 그 공전과 자전을 같이 하기 때문에 그 보이는 것만 보이게 되어 있는데 그 반쪽 뒷면, 달의 뒷면을 탐사하고 오는 중입니다. 그러니까 달의 원주의 그 반대편이니까 그만큼 더 거리는 길겠죠. 물론 직선거리가 아니라 우회해야 되기 때문에 더더욱 길죠. 그래서 40만 킬로를 다녀오게 되는 아주 진 기록을 지금 세우고 있는 중입니다. 지금 오는 속도도 지금 뭐 마하로 따지면 엄청난 속도로 지금 달려오고 있는데, 우리 한국 시간 기준으로 내일 아침 9시 7분경에 태평양에 착수하는 것으로 예정이 되어 있습니다. 우주과학과 물리학이 얼마나 지금 정교하냐면 이 착수하는 그 자연 낙하하는 그 시간까지도 다 계산해서 정확히 지금 9시 7분으로 나사에서는 발표하고 있습니다. 그런 정도의 정확성 없으면 달에 가서 직접 달에 착륙을 하거나 또는 앞으로 화성으로 가는 이런 머나먼 또 우주 여행을 할 때에 그 정교한 그 계산이나 그 움직임에 따른 예정이 불확실하면 우주에서 상당히 위험한 일을 많이 겪게 되겠죠. 네, 어쨌든 이제 우리 인간은 그런다고 해요. 상상하는 것은 다 이루어낼 수 있다. 또는 이제 과거를 보았을 때 상상해낸 것은 다 이루어왔다. 인간 역사, 인간의 문명사의 아주 큰 원칙처럼, 진리처럼 되어 있어요. 우리가 상상했던 것들은 다 이루어졌어요. 지금 사실은 2000년도가 시작될 때에 밀레니엄이라고 했었죠. 2000년도가 시작되면 변하는 것들이라고 신문에서 굉장히 재미있는 모습이 있었는데, 거기에 있었던 내용들이 지금 다 이루어져 가고 있고 또 실제로 이루어진 것도 많습니다. 그런 관점에서 봤을 때는 지금 현재는 그 아르테미스 2호는 달에 내리진 않고, 그리고서 한 1300km 정도까지만 이렇게 지상 그 고도를 유지하면서 탐사를 했는데, 아르테미스 3호는 착륙한다고 합니다. 그 뒷면에 착륙을 해서 거기에 그 극지방에 있는 얼음이 있다고 그래요. 얼음을 가지고 물을 만들고 그 물을 가지고 수소를 분해해내서 수소 에너지를 지속적으로 쓸 수 있게 하는 그러한 일종의 환승 기지를 만든다는 거죠. 그래서 달나라 뒷면에 가서, 달의 뒷면에 가서 거기서 이제 충전을 하고, 그리고서 화성까지 갈 수 있는 이런 시대를 앞당긴다는 거예요. 그럼 다시 말씀드리면 이게 얼마나 지금 우리가 신기하냐면, 인터스텔라라고 하는 영화 다 보셨죠? 또 얘기해 들으셨죠? 바로 그것이 현실화되는 것입니다. 또 아바타에 나오는 그런 그 외계에 생존하는 외계와의 관계, 뭐 이런 것들도 다 현실로 가까이 다가오고 있는 것이다, 이렇게 느껴지는 그런 시간입니다. 지금 제가 오늘 라이브를 통해서 그 나사에서 지금 그 우주선이 오는 과정에 우주인들의 그 안에 그 우주선 안에서의 여러 가지 활동 생활하고 있는 모습들을 라이브로 지금 막 송출하고 있는 중이어서 그것을 좀 전해드리고 저도 좀 같이 이렇게 틈틈이 보면서 우주 공간에서 이번엔 4분이 갔는데 그중에 캐나다인도 한 분 있고 또 여성도 한 분 있고 아주 정말 우리 인류의 미국인이 아닌 그 비미국인이라고 할까요? 미국인이 아닌 분도 함께 가고 있는데 그 4분이 거기서 펼쳐지고 있는 모습들을 거기에 아마 그 CCTV 카메라를 장착해 놓았는데 그것을 통해서 라이브로 쭉 송출하고 있습니다. 이거 자체도 사실 대단한 일이죠. 이것을 함께 보면서 좀 우주 여행 그리고 인류의 무한한 영원에 대한 그런 도전과 그 꿈에 노력하는 모습들을 현장에서 함께 볼 수 있도록 했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐 우리 다 구독자분들 이해하시겠지만 지금 사실은 우리 1969년 7월 20일 날 아폴로 11호가 뭐 그때 이제 닐 암스트롱이라고 아주 유명한 우주인이 우리 지구인이죠. 인류 최초로 달에 발을 디뎠습니다. 그때 한 유명한 명언이 있죠. 한 인간에게는 작은 한 걸음이지만 인류에게는 위대한 도약이다. 이런 명언을 남기고 있죠. 그리고 나서는 지금껏 1972년 아폴로 17호가 이제 달을 직접 방문한 이후에는 계속 지금 한 50년 동안 달을 방문하지는 않았어요. 못했다고 해야 될까요? 그 이유 중에 하나가 뭐 여러 가지 분석이 있지만 이 아폴로 혹은 달 탐사 계획에는 어마어마한 예산이 투입이 돼야 되는 것이죠. 그래서 미국의 예산 그 정책이 여러 가지 측면에서 그 우주 계획을 무한정 지원할 수 있는 여건이 아니어서 이렇게 유인 우주선이 직접 가는 것은 상당히 좀 피하고 무인 우주선 중심으로 뭐 예를 들면 뉴 호라이즌스 그다음에 뭐 보유자 1호, 2호 이런 무인 우주선으로 탐사하는 그런 시대를 지내왔어요. 이제 54년 만에 드디어 달에 근접해서 갔다가 오는 중인데 자 이걸 한번 우리가 직접 보시면서 우리 함께 이 우주의 장엄한 모습을 보도록 하겠습니다. 우리가 직접 우주선에 탑승해 있다라는 느낌으로 한번 바라보면 좋겠다 이런 생각입니다. 제가 지금 연결할 텐데요. 놀라지 마시기 바랍니다. 네. 그리고 우주의 여행에 대해서 관심 있는 분들은 이 시간을 함께 오래도록 지켜보시면서 우리 우주를 많이 탐사하는 기분으로 움직이시길 바랍니다. 네. 지금 이게 정지되어 있는 화면 같지만 이게 상당한 수만 킬로 속도로 지금 달려오고 있는 중이다라는 것을 보시면 되겠어요. 이거 자체가 우주선에 있는 그 촬영 장비를 통해서 이렇게 계속 전송되어 오는 영상이기 때문에 지금은 이제 달이 이 정도 거리 우주선과 거리가 정도지만 나중에 점점 좀 좁혀지는 그런 단계로 갈 것이다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수가 있어요. 네. 지금 사실은 이 아폴로 시대는 그 냉전 시대에 그 미국과 소련의 기술 경쟁이 아주 핵심이었죠. 누가 먼저 달에 가느냐, 누가 먼저 우주 과학 기술을 발전시켜 가느냐를 굉장히 경쟁적으로 했었는데 존 F 케네디라고 하는 미국의 그 아주 젊은 대통령이 나와서 우주 계획을 아주 급성장시키는 도약의 발판을 만드는 계기가 되었었죠. 그런데 지금 이제 아르테미스는 냉전 시대를 지나서 이제는 협력하고 그리고 상주하는 이제 상주라는 것은 이제 거주할 수 있는 그렇게 끝까지 감안해서 하는 새로운 시대가 되었다 이렇게 보면 되겠어요. 그래서 이름도 그 아폴로는 그 크리스티나에 나오는 아폴로 신이죠. 그런데 아폴로 신의 쌍둥이 누이 동생, 쌍둥이 누이가 바로 아르테미스입니다. 그래서 아폴로 로켓 시대는 지나고, 그럼 이제 쉽게 얘기하면 냉전의 시대를 지나고 협력과 그리고 상생을 통해서 상주해가는 이제 그래서 우주를 지구의 또 다른 하나의 영토로 만들어가는 그런 시대로 가기 때문에 이름도 아예 아르테미스라고 명명했다고 합니다. 그래서 이제 특히 협력과 상주를 하려다 보니까 4명의 우주인을 선발하는 과정에서도 여성, 그리고 유색인종, 그리고 비미국인, 이게 다 포함되는 이런 인류의 다양성을 다 포함하는 그런 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 네. 더더군다나 이것은 이제 잠깐 달에 갔다 오는 것이 아니라 일회성이 아니라 이제 달에 기지를 짓고 장기적으로 거기서 머물 수 있는 우주의 정거장을 제대로 만드는 환승역이죠. 환승 정거장을 터미널화하는 것이 목적으로 되어 있다, 이렇게 보시면 되겠어요. 그래서 2022년도에 아르테미스 1호가 이제 무인 비행을 성공을 해서 그 당시에는 이제 인형을 태우고 갔다 왔습니다. 그것은 이제 비행하는 과정과 거리, 그리고서 달에도 이제 중력이 있죠. 그것을 인력을 있죠. 달의 인력 관계, 상관관계 이런 것들을 다 이용해서 안전하게 다녀오는 것을 검증하기 위해서 무인으로 사람을 닮은 인형을 태우고 갔다 왔어요. 그리고 제 2호는 지금 갔다 오는 것인데 이것은 이제 사람을 태우고 궤도 비행을 하는데 지금 정말 대단하다, 이렇게 보고요. 이제 요것이 끝나고 나면 이제 3호 아르테미스 3호가 실제로 달 남극에 사람이 이제 거기에 착륙돼서, 그리고 거기서 얼음을 녹여서 물을 만들어내고, 그리고 그 물로 수소 에너지를 만들어내는 그런 실질적인 미션을 담당하게 된다, 이렇게 보시면 되겠어요. 지금 이 장면을 보시면 아시겠지만 이게 바로 이제 오리온 우주선입니다. 그동안 이 오리온 우주선을 발사해서 로켓 SLS와 함께 이렇게 이번에 핵심 장비인데, 이 SLS는 우리 인류가 그동안 만들어온 로켓 중에서 가장 최강의 로켓이다, 이렇게 지금 평가를 받고 있습니다. 네. 그래서 지난 4월 1일 날 케네디 우주센터에서 이륙을 하고 4월 6일 날 저 달의 뒷면 1만 킬로 상공을 통과하면서 환상적인 달 사진들을 엄청나게 보내왔습니다. 그리고 이제 지금 현재 시속 수만 킬로로 가속하면서 복귀 중에 있다. 이 복귀 중은 에너지보다도 지구 중력을 이용했죠. 처음에 달도 돌아 나올 때 달의 중력을 이용해서 일종의 쏘아 올려진 형태가 되고, 그리고 지구 중력을 끌려서 오기 때문에 이게 사실은 어마어마한 속도로 낼 수가 있는 것이죠. 오늘 이제 좀 보시다 보면은 우주선 안에서 우주 비행사들이 커피를 직접 만들면서 여유를 즐겼다는 그런 소식이 있었는데, 그것도 한번 장면을 보시게 될 것이고요. 네, 그리고 최초의 캐나다인 비행사 제레미 헨슨이 많은 활약을 하고 있다, 이렇게 좀 외신에 많이 나오고 있습니다. 네. 야, 참 정말 대단하죠. 우주 주유소를 만든다. 야, 참 또 게이트웨이라고 해서 달 궤도에 정거장을 만들어서 이제 달이 사실 뭐 종착지가 아니라 근데 화성으로 가는 환승역이 되는 거죠. 네. 우리나라도 여기에 지금 아르테미스 계획에 참여하고 있습니다. 아르테미스 약정에 참여해서 사실은 다누리호가 지금 달을 탐사하는 중인데, 다누리호가 찍은 달 남극 사진이 이번 프로젝트의 착륙지 선정에 굉장히 큰 도움을 주었다, 이렇게 평가를 받고 있습니다. 우리나라도 대단한 거죠. 예. 네. 이제 현재는 지금 이렇게 쭉 나오지만 이제 내일 새벽이 되면 작은 점이 나타나면서 우리 대원 4명이 탄 오리온이 이제 나타나게 되겠습니다. 이제 한번 보시면 되겠어요. 현재까지 이 달 표면에 연착륙한 나라는 딱 5개 국가밖에 없다고 하더라고요. 네. 1966년도에 미국에서 달에 이제 첫 성공을 했죠. 그 당시에. 그리고 이 아폴로 계획을 쭉 진행하면서 12명의 우주 비행사가 달에 내린 것으로 기록에 나와 있어요. 달에 직접 그 달을 밟은 우주인이 미국 우주인은 12명이다. 이렇게 하시면 되고요. 그다음에 그 과거에 이제 구소련이라고 하는 그 러시아에서는 역시 그 1966년도에 최초로 무인 달 착륙선, 그 루나 9호인가 그렇죠? 무인 달 착륙선이 최초의 달 뒷면까지 촬영했다는 기록을 보유하고 있어요. 그러니까 대단하죠. 루나 9호가 달의 뒷면을 이미 촬영을 했으니까 지금 따지고 보면 우리 지금 현재 아르테미스 2가 또 아르테미스 1이 가서 달 뒷면 촬영한 거는 이제 2022년도에 가서 되니까 구소련의 그 우주과학 그 기술력은 대단했던 거죠. 한편 중국은 이제 21세기에 와서 자 이제 나사의 장면입니다. 나사 장면인데 중국은 2013년도에 첫 성공을 했죠. 창해 4호로 인류 최초로 달 뒷면에 착륙했죠. 대단하죠. 그리고 2024년에 창해 6호를 통해서 세계 최초로 달 뒷면에 토양 샘플을 가지고 지구로 왔죠. 중국도 대단히 뒤늦게 참여했지만 21세기 우주 강국으로 급부상했습니다. 그리고 이제 인도도 2023년에 그 찬드라얀 3호를 통해서 달 남극 근처에 착륙을 했죠. 그리고 일본은 2024년 1월에 SLIM 슬림 탐사선을 통해서 핀포인트 착륙이라고 하죠. 목표 지점에 딱 내리는 그 기술력을 보여줬죠. 달 착륙을 기준으로 했을 때는 세계 5번째 달 착륙국이 된 것입니다. 우리나라도 지금 달 탐사에 참여하고 있죠. 단우리호는 2022년부터 현재까지 달 궤도선이죠. 지금 대한민국 최초의 달 궤도선이 단우리호인데 이 달 한 100km 정도 그 고도에서 달 표면을 촬영하고 지원하는 그런 탐색을 계속하고 있습니다. 이번에 특히 그 나사의 장비를 싣고 아르테미스 계획의 착륙 후보지를 찾는 중요한 역할을 수행했어요. 그래서 아르테미스 계획이 어디에 내려야 되는가 하는 것을 정확히 찾아내는 데에 그 단우리호가 한 기여가 굉장히 크다 이런 입장이고요. 현재 계획으로는 우리나라도 2032년도까지 우리 기술로 만든 로켓에 달 착륙선을 실어서 보내야 되겠다라고 지금 계획을 세우고 연구를 하고 있습니다. 다른 나라들은 또 이제 뭐 지금 이스라엘하고 이제 UAE라고 거기서도 민간 주도로 달 착륙을 시도했지만 착륙 직전에 다 실패했습니다. 그렇지만 또 민간 영역에서도 달 착륙에 도전할 수 있다라는 가능성을 보여준 게 이제 이스라엘과 그 UAE죠. 유럽 연합에서는 나사와 협력해서 아르테미스 우주선의 심장부인 그 서비스 모듈을 제작하는 기술력을 제공하고 있는 관계입니다. 그러니까 이 아르테미스 우주선이라고 하는 것이 물론 나사에서 주도하고 있긴 하지만 상당한 어떤 그 여러 가지 경험과 또 여러 가지 협력 체계, 기술적인 동참이 되어서 진행되고 있는 그런 프로젝트라고 봐야죠. 그러니까 가히 전 인류적인 그런 관심과 그리고 인류의 그 어떻게 보면은 미래를 생존하게 할 수 있는 우주로의 그 전진 기지를 만들어가는 굉장히 중요한 단계에 와 있다 이렇게 보시면 되겠습니다. 그래서 옛날에는 이게 미국과 소련 양국 거대 양대국의 잔치였다라고 보는 것이 우주 전쟁이라고 할 정도인데 이제는 뭐 아까 말씀드린 대로 인도, 일본 그리고 우리나라까지 이런 가세해서 이제 우주 대항해 시대가 열리고 있다 이렇게 보시면 되겠어요. 특히 그 우리 단우리호가 찍어서 보낸 사진들이 지금 귀환 중인 아르테미스 2호의 또 다음 단계인 달 착륙에 결정적인 도움을 주고 있다는 사실이 정말 자랑스럽고 정말 그 놀라운 것이다 이렇게 제가 말씀드릴 수 있습니다. 자.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We're about 3 hours away from Integrity reaching the halfway mark between the Moon and the Earth following its flyby of the lunar surface. Integrity systems in excellent shape. The crew currently in a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to review entry and splashdown procedures and elements of their flight data file, along with the rest of the flight plan for the remainder of the mission. Next up in major activity will be the brief firing of reaction control system thrusters 5 hours and 48 minutes from now in the RTC-2 burn. That's the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. That will further fine-tune the path of Integrity as it begins to approach the Earth's atmosphere, that it will reach tomorrow afternoon for its entry back to Earth, a high-speed entry that we'll get into with more particulars here in a minute. The crew tomorrow on entry day will wake up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time to begin their final day in space. They'll begin to configure the crew cabin, completing all of the stowage of items that they no longer will need. They have already begun that task. This is basically cleanup day today. They'll be configuring the cabin for entry and preparing their launch and entry suits. There is another return trajectory correction burn that is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday. That's the final big burn that will clean up and tweak any further trajectory maneuvers to make sure that Integrity is moving in the correct orientation with the right angle of attack as it enters the corridor, a cone if you will, across the Pacific Ocean for arrival at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. Although we are broadcasting 24/7 on the YouTube channel, continuous coverage all the way through the time the crew is on the recovery ship tomorrow evening, NASA Plus coverage will join in simulcasting all of this at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday afternoon and evening. At 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European service module. And just 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, the crew module thrusters will fire for about 18 seconds to nudge the aft end of the vehicle upward, basically reorienting the vehicle for the most favorable angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. In rapid-fire succession at that point, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, the vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Range to touchdown, 1,701 nautical miles. Now, just 24 seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle, raising the temperature around the vehicle to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will enter about a 6-minute blackout period at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual. We will have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the ionization, the plasma buildup around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from the velocity of entry. During that blackout period and the period of peak heating, the G-forces on the crew will build to about 3.9 Gs, which is well within the limits planned for this mission. Integrity will conduct 2 role reversals, one to the left, one to the right, during this period of time, actually the first pair of 5 such role reversals that will be commanded by computer to bleed off excess speed as the vehicle descends into the thicker regions, the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the crew. We'll be calling them to make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response. And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away from splashdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur in several stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion to slow its speed from a peak velocity of about 32 times the speed of sound to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour in a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle that must be pulled away from the rest of Integrity to ensure the deployment of the rest of the parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time. Each one of these chutes is 7 feet in diameter, weighing about 8 pounds apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet when the vehicle is traveling at about 350 miles an hour. That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent, establishing the proper conditions for the main parachute deployment that will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time, while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude and rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute deployment following 3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deploy. That's the key thing we're looking for. These 3 large parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 5,400 feet above the ocean. And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 198 feet per second. The main parachutes, the 3 large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 265 feet long. You'll see them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for a spacecraft that is landing on land in the case of Russian Soyuz vehicles, or in the case of Dragons landing in the Gulf or off the coast of California. So 11 parachutes will be employed during the descent of Integrity for its splashdown, and the current time that we have from Flight Dynamics for splashdown on Friday night is 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time, which is about 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific. Once integrity splashes down in the Pacific, Navy helicopters and fast boats will be deployed to arrive by the capsule as quickly as possible. Here in Mission Control, we'll be first conducting the power down of the electrical systems and ensuring that no toxic gases are emanating from integrity. The one thing, of course, we'll be looking for at splashdown is the orientation of the vehicle. If it's stable 1, we'll know, and that means it is upright. If it's stable 2, it will be upside down, but the system known as CMOOS by its acronym, the Crew Module Uprighting System, which consists of 5 large inflatable airbags at the top of the spacecraft, will be inflated nonetheless, whether it's stable 1 or stable 2, through helium that will maintain a stable upright orientation for integrity to allow the start of the recovery operations. It is anticipated that it will take about 45 minutes to an hour to extract the crew from the vehicle. The extraction process, led by Navy divers and flight surgeons, will have Christina Koch exiting the vehicle first, followed by Victor Glover, followed by Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reid Wiseman, will be last off the ship. Once in the large inflatable raft that will be erected and buttressed up alongside the spacecraft, it's called the front porch. The crew will make sure that they are getting their Earth legs back after 9 days of weightlessness, and one by one they'll be fitted with harnesses to hoist them up to 2 hovering Navy helicopters. Christina Koch will be first up into helicopter number 1, followed by Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2. Victor Glover is third up in helicopter number 1. He will join Christina Koch, and Reid Wiseman will be last, going up into helicopter 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, which is the recovery ship. Once the crew is on board, they'll be taken into the medical bay for more comprehensive medical exams. and will spend some time aboard the ship before they're helicoptered off the ship back to San Diego and ultimately to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center. So that, once again, is a rundown of all of the key times that we have at this point. Any updates, of course, we'll bring them along to you. But the crew currently in the midst of a review of entry and splashdown procedures with the entry team here in Mission Control. They'll be moving into a midday meal a short time from now. And once again, the next major event is going to be the return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is on tap for this evening, with the burn scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight, an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to tweak and fine-tune the path of integrity back to Earth. About 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, the vehicle will pass the midway point of the return trip home from the moon that saw a fly around of the moon and human eyes casting a gaze and capturing historic photos of areas of the moon never seen before. So we will continue our nonstop coverage of the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission all the way through the point that the crew will be in the medical bay on the ship tomorrow evening. Once again, splashdown is scheduled off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
Houston Integrity, we are back up on 1 after the conference.
We've got you loud and clear.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts, Christina Koch on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reid Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right. The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board. They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we'll soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth. Integrity systems functioning very well. No issues being worked by the flight control team. No issues that would preclude a nominal entry and splashdown for the crew on Friday. One more note, I think of interest, of course, is the heat shield on integrity and how it likely will fare during the high-speed return to Earth for Integrity's astronauts on Friday. I went through this a bit earlier today, but I think it's worth repeating. On Artemis 1, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which means we performed an initial dip into the Earth's atmosphere to dissipate some energy to basically bleed off excess speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the eastern Pacific Ocean south of San Diego. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were some areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which created a cause for concern for a critical part of that spacecraft. It should be noted that the chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Orion is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char is what was unexpected on Artemis 1. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, a process known as pyralization, which generates gas during entry. The generation rate of gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material known as avcoat. As those gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield, and the char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gas to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. On Artemis 1, however, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure got high enough, portions of the char layer liberated from the heat shield. As a result of the post-flight analysis, and by the way, it should be mentioned that by all estimation and all analysis, had a crew been aboard Artemis 1, it would have been safe for them to return. However, this was an off-nominal occurrence. As a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All agreed with one conclusion. For Artemis 2, it was agreed to fly a shorter entry trajectory, in other words, a shorter amount of time from entry interface to a splashdown site, to avoid a temperature buildup or a temperature profile conducive to higher rates of gas generation as the avcoat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis 3 and beyond, we're going to redesign that manufacturing process to make the avcoat blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous, allowing more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for longer skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon, which of course is our destination for lunar landings at the outset. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a wider view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room here in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Down the hall from here, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room that you see in your view, work is continuing as the work day for the Expedition 74 crew has wrapped up. They are, in fact, preparing for the launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning. That launch scheduled at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time, to send a Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft to the International Space Station packed with food, fuel, supplies, and scientific experiments. NASA Plus coverage of that launch will begin on Saturday morning at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, and again the launch 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. A launch on Saturday, weather permitting, will result in a robotic capture of the Cygnus craft, which is named the SS Steve Nagel after the late former astronaut. That mechanical capture by the robotic arm under the operation of Jack Hathaway of NASA, backed up by Chris Williams, is scheduled for Monday at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday, with our coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, high noon Eastern Time on Monday. The Cygnus spacecraft from Northrop Grumman will be installed onto the common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module for its delivery run to the Expedition 74 crew. So there's activity in both rooms. The segue from Artemis's return to Earth to resumption of space station operations. The resumption, not actually an accurate word, because the space station operates 24/7, 365. But the focus of attention will shift from Artemis to a certain extent to the active operations aboard the International Space Station. We're about 2.5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on Integrity's journey back to Earth from the moon. And, of course, with splashdown looming on the horizon, all of that activity will unfold in rapid-fire succession tomorrow afternoon and evening, culminating with a splashdown off the coast of San Diego for Integrity and its 4 astronauts at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston. And back aboard Integrity, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen in the middle of your screen, Christina Koch on the right, Reid Wiseman in the background. The crew continuing to stow equipment and get Integrity's cabin ship-shape for tomorrow's return to Earth. Victor Glover just right there on the left side of your screen.
Houston Integrity, stowage, low priority.
Christina, go for stowage.
The keyboard is stowed per the return packing plan. It was deployed.
We copy.
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for entry day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, here in the flight control room. A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her Ascent flight director, Judd Freeling, and the entry flight director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing. It's a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC-2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. It will be a brief firing of the RCS system to tweak and refine Integrity's orientation as it heads toward an entry corridor tomorrow over the Pacific Ocean and its plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. Just to refresh folks, Christina Koch and Reid Wiseman returned home from their first missions in a Russian Soyuz vehicle for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover was on a Crew Dragon mission, so he was in a parachute-assisted splashdown on water. Jeremy Hansen, of course, flying for the first time. So this will all be brand new to him, although this crew has trained for all of this for the better part of 2.5 years.
Integrity Houston for the burn conference. We are ready when you are.
Hey, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes, and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn, basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
All right, for our RTC2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2, T-go of 9 seconds. Delta V components, X negative 3.2, Y negative 0.8, and Z 4.0. How copy?
Copy all.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
And then we do have a couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and We do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
Copy.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC2 burn, if PCL and the RTC3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go, and there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, will be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew, involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
Houston Integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
Houston copies. We're ready. And Christina, we see a good solution. Thank you.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, Houston. Please check the connection for PCD 3 when able.
We're on it. And we will be calling shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Sounds great. We're just trying to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reid Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the return trajectory correction burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor, a cone, if you will, across the Pacific Ocean, in which they will enter tomorrow evening to begin the high-speed return to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. When Integrity and its 4 astronauts do splash down tomorrow night, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown on this mission will have spanned 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was placed in through the launch atop the Space Launch System and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage burn, that enabled Integrity to spend 24 hours in a high Earth orbit that reached about 43,000 miles at apogee, giving flight controllers here an opportunity to check out all of the critical systems, including the environmental control systems in the spacecraft, prior to the translunar injection burn that committed Integrity to a free return trajectory around the moon and its current trajectory heading back to Earth. The translunar injection burn was, in essence, also a deorbit burn of sorts, with the crew having been set on a pre-planned course through orbital and lunar mechanics that will result in its entry into the Earth's atmosphere and a splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good, setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works, that sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. The 4 crew members are scheduled to begin their 8.5-hour sleep period at 2:05 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. The entry team will be coming on console at 10:30 tomorrow morning to begin a handover from the planning team, or the Orbit 3 team, if you will. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. to begin their final hours in space. We'll set off to final configuration activities for the crew cabin. The final burn, the RTC-3 burn of the reaction control system jets, that will be the final critical firing to complete the fine-tuning of their path towards entry interface. That RTC-3 burn on Friday is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will move into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Our NASA Plus coverage, which will be the simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage that you've been watching and listening to since launch on Monday. Our NASA Plus coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A communications link handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System will occur at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes before the crew module and service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at peak velocity at some 32 times the speed of sound. At 6:37 p.m. there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface. It's about an 18-second burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons, crew surgeons, Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel. The key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside the side hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members onto the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night. This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 26 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Koch on your left, Victor Glover with his back to the camera, Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reid Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. In big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the status. A couple things for you. We have no problem helping you out if you're looking for something in the packing plan or just want a quick answer. Don't hesitate to call us. And we were also wondering how the water bag stowage went and just wanted to make sure that worked out well.
Okay, we just went around the group. Nobody had done that. I guess all of us were sort of thinking it was timeline somehow. So we'll go back to the daily summary and have a look at that. We can fit that in somewhere, but we haven't done it yet.
Jeremy, in the entry stowage prep activity, there is a link to the message that talks about the water bag stowage.
That conversation between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room and Jeremy Hansen on the right of your screen aboard Integrity, dealing with where items are being stowed for the trip back home tomorrow. We are still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago, that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Okay. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5 questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy, acknowledge the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in Pup 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on Reid at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
In one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
So with Integrity Systems in good shape and the crew nearing the halfway point between the moon and the Earth on its trip back to Earth, the crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew, ask them a few questions. This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours to enable flight controllers to check out all of its systems before the following day's translunar injection burn that sent the crew en route to the moon and its flyby around the moon on a free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. Less than an hour away from the midway point between the Earth and the Moon, there is the destination for Integrity's astronauts, the home planet of Earth. The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry. We have coming up in about 3 hours and 40 minutes the return trajectory correction burn number 2, a 9-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. There is a final RTC-3 burn, a return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead toward splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, an 18-second raise burn that basically will refine the angle of attack heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle, almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members. This has been a fairly quiet day aboard Integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew aboard Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Houston Integrity, quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are only confirm the quantity of contingency urine stowage bags on board Integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty. Integrity Houston, for your essay, the ground is going to do a round of intermediate targeting here shortly.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon, Integrity's astronauts are continuing to pack up all of the gear in their crew cabin for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we are about 20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. The day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25 minutes from now at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, the RTC-2 burn, as it is called. This will be about a 9-second firing of the thrusters to fine-tune Integrity's path and angle of attack, simply tweaking its orientation towards an entry corridor that will take it toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night. And once again, just to set the timeline straight for folks who are interested, the crew will go to sleep just after 2 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning, an 8.5-hour sleep period, with a wake-up call for their final hours in space aboard Integrity at 10:35 a.m. Central Time on Friday. At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver, or burn, will be conducted. One final opportunity to sweeten the trajectory of Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean. We will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. And a few minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, the pyrotechnic separation of the European service module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft end of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete the trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed to provide the best orientation of the vehicle in the minimization of heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. If all goes as planned, Integrity will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday night. Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout because of the buildup of plasma around the vehicle that will block communications and data transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston. Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish comm with the crew, then we're just minutes away from the series of parachute deployments, 11 parachutes in all, first to yank the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then to deploy drogue chutes, and then finally the main parachutes that will slow Integrity's rate of descent to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. As mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth, should occur at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, when Integrity will be traveling.
For your scene and voice checks.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a 10 count.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
Copy, thanks.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth is about 23,839 miles an hour, or Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft, basically a huge raft called a front porch alongside the capsule after splashdown and after airbags are inflated at the top of the capsule to maintain upright orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle to make a preliminary health check of the crew before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch and then be hoisted onto a pair of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams. In all, at the time of touchdown, or splashdown as the case may be in this flight, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown will have spanned 694,481 miles. That includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was launched into for the first 24 hours of the mission to provide flight controllers an opportunity to check out all of its systems. Everything in good shape on board Integrity. The stowage of the cabin in preparation for the crew's homecoming tomorrow has continued in flawless fashion. No issues being worked here in the flight control room as the Orbit 3 team, or the planning shift, comes on to begin a handover.
Integrity, for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on, it says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the crew's workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
It's on the bottom underneath the other bags. And if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we interpret it too, so we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. And the other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far out of the containment bag.
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Okay, Jackie, all that tracks.
Integrity Houston, for Jeremy and the hefty bags, you should find 4 additional hefty bags in one of the 2 JSBs that you've been using today.
Okay, we'll have a look. Houston Integrity, can you bring the fan speed down to our preferred PAO setting, and if it's already there, thank you.
It is there.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
You know, Jackie, snark does carry across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good. Integrity Houston, for the live camera feed, we are getting intermittent dropouts, like maybe 2/3 of the time. Every few seconds it's dropping to black. We'd like you to check the encoder settings for HD, and if those all look good, then perhaps we need a camera swap. Copy, thumbs up.
Jackie, we confirmed all the settings were per the procedure. We have restarted. We stopped and restarted the stream. We're prepping another camera. Please let us know what you'd like.
It does not seem to have helped the situation. We'd like to try the camera swap.
Doesn't work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Jackie, new camera in place and wired up. How's it look?
We are checking.
Wireless mic audio check. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Integrity, the audio from the mic and video are looking good. we'll be ready to start the event. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Check.
Integrity had a check, loud and clear. How do you have us?
Integrity, Jared, you're about 5x3 right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good evening, Artemis 2 crew. As you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon, the people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress, who work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared. Integrity, this is Ted, comms check. It is, I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth across the planet. People are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings, and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reid.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McClain earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
You know, I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis II mission as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is for Reid, comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reid, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I mean, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. That's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Hello, Artemis 2 crew, Reid, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Our
Thank
next
you
question
so
comes
very
from...
much.
Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babber and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build a international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing, but I will tell you, having been there, the four of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator, and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed, the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but it really was something. But the other thing, kind of your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket, and then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because that's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at a, what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space flight, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on.
For my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves, looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's us. The view.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow. Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Hi, crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
오늘도 국조특위 민당 의원들은 와서 껌껌이 의혹을 또 쟁여.
And you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Koch attended high school. with Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor. And that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
Dude.
All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis II. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. We are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in, and thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis II crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication. And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24 hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the flight director conference just a couple minutes early.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours, as you just heard, as they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking over. They will be led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, taking over from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We think we copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
That's affirmative. The RHC is set up.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers will be back on console tomorrow morning, and that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis II flight, and that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown, the crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis II mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The two items are, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those two items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AJ batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, will be Amy Dill. You recently heard.
And Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. And just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
You can store those in Locker Delta, Bag 7.
Okay, bag 7. Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcomer capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal. And there on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission. Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, and just about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth. Most of the crew's activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA Flight Director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC-2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 58 minutes from now. And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day. And they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period.
어디 잘 시청하고 계세요? 뭐 뚫어지게 쳐다볼 수가 없죠. 왜냐하면 이게 우주 공간을 뭐 내일 9시까지 그냥 계속 이 상태로 달려오고 있는 중이라서 이걸 뭐 계속 보시자는 건 아니고요. 다만 그래도 이렇게 좀 중간중간 저도 이렇게 뭐 작업하면서 일하면서 이렇게 보고 있습니다만은 가끔 이제 나사에서 브리핑도 하고 나사와 또 그 우주인들과 소통도 하는 그런 장면도 있고. 지금도 이제 뭐 시작하고 있죠. 예.
following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin
4월 1일 오후 5시 35분에 발사했다는 그런 얘기부터 시작해서 다시 브리핑을 하고 있습니다. 예.
Any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites and the deep space network. Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. And then that third and final one will take place tomorrow, April 10th, about 5 hours before that entry interface takes place. During the re-entry process, the service module of the Orion spacecraft will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes before Orion reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii. A few minutes later, around 6:37 p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, is when we will have that final trajectory adjustment burn to fine-tune the flight path before the spacecraft begins a series of roll maneuvers to safely distance itself from departing hardware. The Orion spacecraft will reach its maximum velocity, which will be approximately 23,864 miles per hour just before entry interface. As Orion continues its descent at about 400,000 feet, the spacecraft will then enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout that planned to take place around 6:53 p.m. Central tomorrow, 7:53 p.m. Eastern, and this is due to plasma buildup around the capsule during peak heating of re-entry. During the re-entry, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs. And then once they emerge from that blackout period, the Orion spacecraft will jettison its forward bay cover and deploy its drogue parachutes once it reaches about 22,000 feet. That milestone expected to take place around 7:03 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, 8:03 p.m. Eastern. It will then unfurl its 3 main parachutes once it reaches about 6,000 feet. And that will help slow the Orion spacecraft down for a splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California. That splashdown expected to take place around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Within about 2 hours after that splashdown, the crew will be extracted from the Orion spacecraft and then flown to the USS John Murtha. Recovery teams will then retrieve the crew using helicopters, and once aboard the ship, the astronauts will undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore to board an aircraft and head back to the NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Again, all of that coming up tomorrow on Friday, April 10th, as the Artemis II crew prepares to complete their mission around the moon and back. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 52 minutes. We are currently in an expected loss of signal, during which we don't have direct communication with the crew, but we do expect to regain that signal in about 5 minutes from now. Coming up in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, we do expect the second of a trio of 3 return trajectory correction burns to take place. These are short thruster firings that further fine-tune the path and trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are currently awake, and they are continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for that reentry and splashdown tomorrow. The commander for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. He's originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Prior to this Artemis II mission, he's been to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reid and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They also set a milestone for station science by completing a record of 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December of 2020 to November of 2022. Joining Reid on board the Orion spacecraft is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot for the Artemis II mission. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. And then joining both Reid and Victor as a mission specialist is NASA astronaut Christina Koch. She is originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which of course was the same class as Victor Glover. Christina previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February of 2020. And during that time, Christina Koch set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is actually a first-time flyer, joining the other 3 veteran flyers, and he is originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected by an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, during which he served as the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. So those are your 4 astronauts that make up the Artemis II crew. That crew, of course, concluding their mission tomorrow, April 10th, once they splash down off the coast of San Diego, California. Ahead of the mission, the Artemis II crew had the opportunity to design their mission patch. And that patch, which you can see there on your screen, designates the mission as A2, which also looks like the word all, which signifies not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown, and the Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it means to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon onto Mars. And that view there on your screen is the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. And it provides a visualization, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. It provides that visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So right now, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 117,000 miles from Earth, and that distance continues to close in as they target that splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, April 10th at approximately 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means we are unable to communicate up to the crew right now, but if the crew chooses, they can communicate down to Mission Control. We are just unable to respond. We do expect to regain that forward link or reacquire that signal in about 30 minutes from now. A few minutes after that signal is reacquired, we do expect the final burn targeting to take place for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction burn, or RTC-2. That burn is scheduled to take place in 1 hour and 7 minutes from now, and it will be a short burn to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth. Throughout the mission, the Orion spacecraft has been connected to what is known as the Deep Space Network, which helps provide the astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data that has to traverse thousands of miles. And let's take a moment to learn more about the communications during the mission.
NASA's Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis 2 mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis 2 test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're once again seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from Earth and to the moon, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. The Deep Space Network is sometimes referred to as DSN, and it is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that supports interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth. Again, we are currently in a planned forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and we expect to regain that communication here in about 26 minutes from now. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 34 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. You are currently seeing a live look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. We are currently in an expected forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and expect to regain that forward link in about 6.5 minutes from now. The forward link refers to the uplink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the ground to the spacecraft. Now, during an earlier data rate change, we did have an unexpected return link loss of signal. So if that return link is not recovered ahead of that forward link acquisition of signal, again taking place in about 6 minutes from now, then an Orion S-band string swap would be commanded to try to regain that return link. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communications and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft to the ground.
Integrity, Houston for ComCheck.
Amy, Integrity has you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Christina. I have you loud and clear as well. Just a heads up that we did lose the return link sooner than we expected, but we have regained good forward and return. We're glad to be back in comm with you.
Okay, copy that. We made a couple calls in the blind. We'll check to see if you received them. One was about the docking hatch, and one was about a food bob. Did you get either of those?
Negative. Please repeat them.
Okay, copy. We'll call back when we're available to do that, and thanks for the note. We're looking forward to the upcoming burn.
Okay, we copy all, and we are going to...
And Amy, the food bob call was there's a full bob in bag 11 plus a mostly full bob and a few of the condiments, etc. So it's pretty close to 2 full bobs in bag 11. Just want to make sure that you've accounted for that. Let us know if that's too much in one place.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy, and we're good with that.
Okay, and then do you have those DE locker net stowage locations?
We have an option A and an option B. Option A is to put the D&E locker nets into locker Bravo 3 in the purple CTB, but that depends upon how much trash you have stowed in purple CTB and also accounting for the space you'll need for the Equalist wall net.
Okay, that makes sense. What about option B?
Option B is same locker, Bravo 3 in the yellow CTB.
Okay, we'll get those nets in Bravo 3. And do you want to know which bag it's specifically in? Is that important for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll aim for purple. I'm sure they'll fit now, and then something else might not fit later, so we'll put them in purple for now.
Copy, aiming for purple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We did get that forward link and return link acquisition of signal. And you did hear them call up to the crew and get the confirmation back down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And that did come following an unexpected return link loss of signal. And the return link refers to the downlink capabilities, so the transmission of communication and telemetry from the spacecraft to the ground. But all of that communication has since been restored. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can now see a live view of the Orion spacecraft, this coming from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator console and the Flight Director console. Right now, the Capcom on console and communicating with the crew is Amy Dill, and the Flight Director for Orbit 2 is Fiona Ankoviak. We do expect the final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn to take place here shortly.
Houston for RTC 2 status.
Go ahead.
During the long LOS, there were a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
Okay, we saw all that happen on board as well. Sounds great.
Integrity Houston, confirmed TLT and orb guide converged. Houston is assessing the onboard solution.
We can confirm that they both converged.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn, has been completed, and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn. This will be using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
많은 분들이 오해를 하세요. 제가 가슴춤만 주구장창 추는 줄 알고
Integrity Houston, onboard solution has been confirmed, and Houston is go for the burn.
Copy, Houston is go. We're continuing.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard confirmation that the team here in Mission Control has pulled go for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or that RTC2 burn. That burn is now expected to take place in about 24 minutes from now, and it will be a short thruster firing using those auxiliary thrusters to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path on its return journey back towards Earth. The mission control position here that's responsible for some of these trajectory corrections is the Flight Dynamics Officer, sometimes referred to as FIDO. They are specifically responsible for the atmospheric and orbital flight path of the spacecraft, as well as the lunar trajectory of the vehicle.
예, 지금 이제 우리 오리온 우주선이 지구하고 달 사이의 중간에서 지구 쪽으로 더 이제 넘어왔습니다. 그러니까 좀 더 많이 다가왔죠. 야, 속도가 점점 빨라집니다. 이게 이제
In about 2 minutes, we do expect the solar array.
네, 또 뭐 발표하는 게 있어서 잠깐만 좀 보겠습니다.
Moved and confirmed that they are in position for this upcoming burn, and then about 11 minutes before the burn takes place, we'll also expect to hear a call that Orion is in burn attitude, and that confirms that the attitude maneuver ahead of the burn has been completed.
예, 중간중간 이렇게 발표하는 게 있었어요. 지금 현재는 이 우주선 그 속도가 아까보다 점점 가속이 붙고 또 지구로 가까이 올수록 충력이 계속 강해져서 속도는 점점 빨라집니다. 현재는 지금 여기 나와 있는 게 3,474마일 시속으로 되어 있죠. 이게 대략 한 5,600km 정도 됩니다. 예, 되게 지구로부터의 거리는 지금 여기 from Earth라고 나와 있죠. 그거는 지금 11만 5천 정도 마일로 되어 있는데 그 정도면은 지금 18만 5,385km 정도가 되죠. 예. 이 달까지의 거리, 예, to moon 이렇게 돼 있죠. to the moon. 그거는 15만 3,689마일로 지금 현재 나와 있으니까 대략 한 25만 킬로미터 정도가 지금 된다. 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있어요. 그러니까 결국은 현재 우주선의 위치는 달에서 우주선까지가 더 멀리 지금 나와 있는 거죠. 그래서 이제 지구로 가까이 다가오고 있는데 현재 이제 이 상태로 가면 지금은 이제 시속 한 5,600km 정도의 속도로 지금 다가오고 있지만 조금 더 가까이 가면 갈수록 시속 10,000km도 막 넘어서는 그런 정도까지 가게 된다. 이렇게 이해하시면 되겠어요. 그렇게 해서 내일 시간이 우리 청사님 내일 시간이 맞을지 모른다 이렇게 말씀하셨지만 제 생각에 지금 현재 나사의 기술력은 여기서 쏘아올린 그 로켓의 그 가속, 추진 그리고 분리돼 가지고 쭉 가는 그 모든 것을 저항까지 감안해서 계산을 다 해서 달에 딱 짚으면 어디 부위까지 도달하도록 계산이 되는 것처럼 거꾸로 지금 오는 것도 정확히 계산을 하고 있는 겁니다. 그래서 지금 뭐 내일 9시경에 저 태평양에 착수한다가 아니라 9시 7분으로 이렇게 특정하고 있습니다. 물론 뭐 7분 몇십 초까지 정확히 될지는 이제 그 기류 상태에 따라 다르지만 현재로서는 그 계산을 그렇게 정확히 하지 않으면 우주라는 이 망망대해에서 지구를 오는 과정에서 어긋나 버리죠. 우리는 뭐 지구가 커 보이지만 우주 속에서 봤을 때 지구는 한 점이잖아요. 예, 그래서 어쨌든 정확하게 9시 7분에 떨어질 것이다. 이렇게 예측을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 내일 아침 8시부터 약 1시간여 동안 이 아르테미스 2가 지구로 이렇게 귀환하는 장면을 대기권 진입하는 그 장면이 아주 정말 놀라운 광경이거든요. 그걸 보면서 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 조금만 지금 또 방송 발표가 있어서 잠깐 보고 그러면서 자연스럽게 마감하도록 하겠습니다. 내일 아침 8시에 뵙겠습니다.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Teams and the crew continuing to prepare for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. That burn expected to take place in just under 19 minutes from now. We did just hear confirmation that the prop pressurization tanks are good for the burn. That confirmation coming from the prop here in Mission Control, which is the propulsion officer, and they are responsible for monitoring the vehicle propellants in order to complete these burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. Coming up in about a minute, we should also hear confirmation that the solar arrays are in position for the burn. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings. Each of those wings is made up of 3 panels, and each panel is approximately 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet, and the total length of each wing is 23 feet long. So these solar array wings do have to be put in position ahead of any burn. These solar array wings are managed by the Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control, which is the MPO, and they're responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the ray rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems.